They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's a good start for Thin Legs and Bonfire Diva, and these two blaze out for the front end. Georgie's Ladies off the pace today in third, 2.5, 3 lengths off the lead. A length and a half to Diva Banker emerges in fourth, and 2 lengths to Jackson Avenues in the fifth and trailing position. Half mile to go, and it's Thin Legs and Bonfire Diva still first and second. Georgie's Ladies towards the inside in third. Diva Banker with an early move on the outside up into a joint third, 2 lengths off the lead, and a gap of about 5 lengths to Jackson Avenue, who's at the back of the pack. 2.5 furlongs to go. Thin Legs, Bonfire Diva, and Diva Banker, who's had the run of the race, circling up to the outside, 3 wide in the clear. Georgie's Ladies will try and skim the inside in fourth as they turn into the home stretch. Diva Banker, Thin Legs, the gray in the 2-path. Georgie's Ladies at the fence, and Jackson Avenue starts to wind up from the back of the pack. 1 furlong to go. It's Thin Legs on top by 3. Over Jackson Avenue is on the stand side, but Thin Legs had enough. Thin Legs wins the opener at Finger Lakes. Jackson Avenue rallies for second. Diva Banker third. Georgie's Ladies fourth. Race at Finger Lakes. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering due to the scratch of the number 1. Motown Annie. In the gates. And they're off. It's our girl Faith who fires out for the lead. In traffic, tugging at the jockey in second. Holiday Jazz settles in third, also a little bit rank. And Quiet Horizons at the tail of the field as they take on that first turn. Our girl Faith has made the front and tries to slow it down. The lead's a length and a half. In traffic, still reined in by the jockey in second, a length and a half off the lead. Another length and a half to Holiday Jazz in third, is about a length in front of Quiet Horizon, who's in the fourth and trailing position. As they transition to the backstretch, it's Our Girl Faith on top. The lead's a length. Over In Traffic and the white blinkers stalking in second. Holiday Jazz, an early move on the outside. We got the top 3 across the track now, up the backstretch. And Quiet Horizons fourth and trailing at about 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead. They run to the half-mile pole. Our Girl Faith in traffic as Holiday Jazz repelled at this point in time in third, 2 lengths off the lead, and then 3.5 lengths to Quiet Horizon, who trails the field. On to the far turn, 3 furlongs from the winning line. In Traffic takes over. In Traffic, Our Girl Faith back in second. Holiday Jazz attempts to rally on the outside in third, and 6 lengths back to Quiet Horizon, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. And it's In Traffic, who's the first to face us, comes off the turn leading by 3. Holiday Jazz bearing down on the outside second. Our Girl Faith in third. 1 furlong to go. In Traffic's lead has been reduced to a length. It's Holiday Jazz who's challenging on the outside. Holiday Jazz sticks the black blinkers in front of In Traffic at the 16th pole. It's Holiday Jazz, 3 wins in a row. In Traffic second. Our Girl Faith Junior trains. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Bernardo Calderon bred Holiday Jazz. 220, the winning mutual. Double. They're all in the gate. Off and running in the New York Oaks. It's Mischief Lady who blazes out for the front end. Vehemente settles in second, angles to the outside a little bit. A couple lengths back to Lottie Margaret, who'll save all the ground in that first turn. And Valtellina is outside of her at the back of the pack. It's Mischief Lady who drifts out a bit wide. A little bit headstrong is Mischief Lady, but Mischief Lady has a clear lead. Let's call it 2 over Vehemente and Lottie Margaret, who are second and third, and a length and a half back to Valtellina, who's at the back of the pack as they transition to the backstretch. It's Mischief Lady who has the lead off the inside, has the lead by a length and a half. Over Vehemente and the white blinkers outside second. Lottie Margaret and Manny Franco towards the inside third, and a length back to Valtellina and Romero Mirage at the tail of the field, 3 lengths from top to bottom as they run to the half-mile pole. It's Mischief Lady on top. The lead's a length and a quarter. Vehemente's on the outside. Lottie Margaret in some tight quarters at the fence. And then a length back to Valtellina, who's at the tail of the field as they take on the far turn, 3 furlongs from the winning line. It's Mischief Lady who has the lead by a half length over Vehemente. Valtellina circles up on the outside. Lottie Margaret is towards the inside, a length and a half off the lead as they arrive at the quarter pole in the New York Oaks. It's Valtellina on the 4 wide side. Mischief Lady, Vehemente's in some tight quarters, and Lottie Margaret did get get through towards the inside. And Lottie Margaret from fourth up into the lead. Voltalina is all out in second. Vehemente's on the grandstand side in third. They run to the 16th pole. It's Lottie Margaret on top by a couple lengths over Voltalina in second. It's Lottie Margaret and Maddie Franco to take the New York Oaks by 2.5 over Voltalina and Vehemente. Mischief Lady Wister. Bred Lottie Margaret. $9.20 the winning mutual. Double $14.60. Exacta. And they're off. Looks like a decent start. It's Swift Bank and 2:30 a.m. These two blitz out for the lead. Rocked Out and Gold Templar in tandem third and fourth, and a couple lengths back to Flying in Styles at the back of the pack as they race up the backstretch. 2:30 a.m. has a lead by about a length. Swift Bank in pursuit in second. Gold Templar in the clear, 3 wide in third. Rocked Out covered up along the inside at fourth, and 5 lengths back to the trailer. Flying in Style. 3 furlongs to go. 2:30 a.m. Swift Bank and Gold Templar. These three across the track with 2.5 furlongs to go. They're clear by 5 over Rocked Out, who's about 2 lengths in front of Flying in Style, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. 2:30 a.m. will have to work for it. 2:30 a.m. skims the inside. Gold Templar is 3 wide. Swift Bank in between horses. 1 furlong to go, and it's Gold Templar with the lead inside the furlong marker. Gold Templars from Swift Bank and 2:30 a.m. Flying in Style late on the scene the outside. It's Gold Templar. Gold Templar holds over Flying in Style. Scott Old Sweetie. Bred Gold Templar. 16. And they're off. It's World Bank who rushes out for the front end. Goodies Girls on the outside. Heck of a bus in between those two and third. 3 parts of a length off the lead. Then 3 lengths to Red Wine and Whiskey, the outside of Echo Baby, 4th and 5th. Then we come back to Hypnotic Flares, the outside of Carol T. And 2 lengths to Enunciate, who is 8th and trailing. Goodies Girl with a slender lead over Heck of a Bust. World Bank shuffled in third, and it's Echo Baby who races in 4th and 3 lengths off of the lead. Red Wine and Whiskey is wide on the course. Carol T is picking up a spot or two into the top 5, 5.5 off the lead. Hypnotic Flare second last, and Enunciate trails the field. It's Goodies Girl on top by a length. Red Wine and Whiskey engages outside second. Carol T's on the outside in third. Echo Baby loses a spot in fourth as they turn into the stretch. It's Goodies Girl, Red Wine and Whiskey first and second. Carol T and Ortiz on the outside, bearing down in third. And Carol T, the favorites, 2.5 lengths off the lead, 1 furlong to go. Red Wine and Whiskey will have to fend off Carol T. And then in third, Goodies Girl, deep stretch. Red Wine and Whiskey, Carol T lunging late. Red Wine and Whiskey will hold over Carol T. Goodies Girl third. Echo Baby full. Robert Simonik. Bred Red Wine and Whiskey. 8:16.80 the winning mutual. Double 138.50. Exactly. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Coach Bahi and Pot of Gold win the break and go out for the lead. Mr. Einstein's on the outside in third. Then it's Winning Drive, Kodiak Brown, and Reckless Place at the back, but only about 3.5, 4 lengths from top to bottom as they get ready to take on that first turn. It's Coach Bahi who's on top. Pot of Gold's up the inside. And then it's Mr. Einstein who's in the clear in third, a length and a half off the lead. Reckless Place tucked in along the inside in fourth. Winning Drives in fifth. And half length to Kodiak Brown, who's at the tail of the field. 6 furlongs to go. Coach Bahi has a lead over Pot of Gold in second. Mr. Einstein camped on the outside in third. And then a space of about 3 lengths back to Winning Drive is to the outside of Kodiak Brown, 4th and 5th. And Reckless Place is now at the tail of the field. 2 distinct flights and about 5 lengths covers the lot as they run to the half-mile pole. Coach Bahi has a challenger inside and outside. Pot of Gold at the fence. Mr. Einstein and the 3 wide side, a half length off the lead. And then a space of about 6 to Winning Drive, who's in 4th. Reckless Place in 5th, and a length back to Kodiak Brown, who trails the field. About 2.5 furlongs to go. Coach Bahi still on the front end. Pot of Gold towards the rail. Mr. Einstein is next. Winning Drive is launching a rally on the outside. 4 lengths off the lead. And then 4 more lengths back to Reckless Place as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Pot of Gold gets through towards the inside. Coach Bahi tries to make it tight for him. Mr. Einstein, the blue blinkers, has every chance. Winning Drives on the stand side. They have 1 furlong to go. Coach Bahi, Pot of Gold, Mr. Einstein. These 3 have been battling throughout as they come down to the winning line. Pot of Gold and Coach Bahi. Coach Bahi wins. I think that's a head bobber with Pot of Gold than it was Mr. Einstein. Off and running in the New York Derby. Good start for the favorite. Train the Trainer, who has the early lead. Hit the Post, splitting rivals. Butta is outside of Hit the Post, and King's Leap takes up residency at the back of the pack as Butta angles over towards the rail as well, as opposed to going 3 wide. It's Train the Trainer who has the lead over Hit the Post in second. Butta is towards the inside third, and 3 lengths back to King's Leap, who trails the field. 6 furlongs to go as they angle on to the backstretch. It's Train the Trainer and Irad Ortiz Jr. on top by a half length over Hit the Post and Chris Elliott in second. A space of 3 lengths to Butta and Lane Luzzy towards the inside third. And a length and a half to King's Leap and Luis Perez, who's at the back of the pack as they race up the backstretch. It's Train the Trainer, hounded by Hit the Post, who's on the outside in second. Butta's and the White Blinkers in third and 3 lengths off the lead. And a length back to King's Leap, who trails the field and is about 4 lengths off the lead as they make the entry into the far turn. Train the Trainer and Hit the Post still first and second. Butta socks in third and 4 lengths off the lead and being asked the question. And 3 parts of a length back to King's Leap, who's at the tail of the field as they got a 1/4 mile left to travel. It's Train the Trainer and Hit the Post. These 2 are inseparable as they got 3/16 to go in the New York Derby, and Train the Trainer now opens up. Train the Trainer has the lead by 2.5 lengths over Hit the Post in second, and then in third, that is King's Leap. 16th to go. It's Train the Trainer who's home free. Train the Trainer flexes his muscles to take the New York Derby by 4. Hit the Post second, King's Leap in third, and Butta. Off and running in the Leon Reed Memorial, having to stumble at the start to Coney Road. Jack and Bernie drifting out very wide and going out for the lead. Looms Boldly is in second as it's Pandemic Hero outside third. Ladies Golden Guy in fourth, a gap of 3. Factually Correct in fifth. Then in sixth is Rotney towards the inside. One of the grays, Z-Bear, is next. 4 lengths to Coney Road, who is in 8th. Second last, Crypto Causeway, and 3 lengths to Newport Bridge, who brings up the rear. Jack and Bernie leads this group into the turn, leads by a half length. Looms Boldly challenges outside in second, a space of 6 lengths. Pandemic Hero in third, Rotney outside fourth. Ladies Golden Guy saves all the ground in fifth, and 3 lengths back to Z-Bears, 2 lengths in front of Factually Correct. Crypto Causeway's in 8th, to Coney Road's in 9th as they turn into the stretch. Jack and Bernie shrugs off Looms Boldly in upper stretch. Jack and Bernie opens up by 3 over Looms Boldly. Rotney down the center of the course in third. Ladies Golden Guy is in fourth. 1 furlong to go. Jack and Bernie. Cruz goes to work on him. Jack and Bernie has a lead by 3. Rotney's on the outside, and then it's also Newport Bridge who's exploding late. Crypto Causeway towards the inside. Jack and Bernie, Crypto Causeway. That's a very close photo finish. $71.75. Dime Super. $246.90. And they're off. Not a good start at all for finalists who's last. It's Gimme the Money who barrels out for the lead. New York Riesling displaying speed in second. Can't Beat Me towards the inside in third. And then it's Old Man Winter races in fourth. Gandy Dancing fifth. And then about 6 or 7 lengths to finalists who brings up the rear. New York Riesling on top. Can't Beat Me up the inside second. Gimme the Money is in third. A length and a half, 2 off the lead. It's Old Man Winter in some tight quarters. Gandy Dancing 3 wide up into fourth. Old Man Winter shuffles baffled fifth. And then about 8 lengths to the trailer, and that is finalist. 2.5 furlongs to go. Can't Beat Me. And New York Riesling are first and second. Gandy Dancing nudged upon in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Old Man Winter towards the inside. Give Me the Money's in between horses as they reach the top of the stretch. And it's Can't Beat Me who cuts the corner and opens up by 4 lengths. New York Riesling is all out. Old Man Winter up into second, but still 4 lengths off the lead of Can't Beat Me. Can't Beat Me past the 16th pole has got a big lead. Can't Beat Me victorious. Old Man Winter holds second, I think, over Gandy Dancing. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, a Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track is listed as fast. Got about 57 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, there are no changes, and no changes in races 1, 2, or 3. Flipping the pages over to race number 4, we do have a scratch of number 8, Divorced of Course. Divorced of Course is a scratch from the 4th race. Jockey change of number 7, Franny Lou, to Luis Perez. Luis Perez on number 7, Franny Lou. 5th race. No changes. No changes in the 5th. Race 6 got a scratch. Number 4, Dracula. Number 4, Dracula, a scratch from race 6. Race number 7. No changes. No changes in the 7th. 8th and final. Scratch number 2, Aram Carliani. Number 2, Aram Carliani, out of the 8th and final. Want to remind everyone that next Monday here at Finger Lakes, our first free handicapping challenge of the season on Monday, July 21st. You got to be a Lucky North Rewards member to participate, and $2,500 up for grabs. The winner will take home $1,000 in cash. Top 3 finishers receive prize money. It'll be on, once again, races 1 through 8 from Finger Lakes on Monday, July 21st. Our first free handicapping challenge of the season. Got about 55 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Man, what a day we had yesterday. Still shaking it off. What a fun day. It was 3 stakes races on the card, including the big one, the New York Derby. We had all the big riders here from New York: Manny Franco, Irad Ortiz Jr., Kendrick Carmouche. Man, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. Irad Ortiz Jr. was the one that won the big race with Train the Trainer. Congratulations to the connections of all the winners yesterday. Man, I think the most exciting race was the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Jack and Bernie, top local sprinter here, we almost had a huge upset in that race. Donna Beretta was a Crypto Causeway. Man, that horse is going good for Donna Beretta. Normally a router, found another niche here going short. If that pace gets quick, that one puts in a furious late run. Almost pulled off the upset up the rail. It was close, and it was a fun race. Then Jack and Bernie had to sweat out the inquiry as well. But congratulations to the connections. The Breeds, Joel Cruz, who's just been having a great season this year. He gets with Sherry Washburn as the owner of that one. I mean, she also had Winston's Chance, if you remember that one. That's the 7th time that Deborah Breed has saddled the winner of the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Quite a feat. Got another good one. I think everybody remembers Breaking the Fever, how good that horse was the top sprinter for a while. I mean, before Breed, it was Charlton Baker, who had a couple of good ones. I don't remember the names of them. Johnny by Night was one of them. He had another one, but yeah, 7th time winning the Leon Reed Memorial, and what a fun day we had with the top riders here at Finger Lakes. All classy guys too. We're great with the fans. Everybody loved them. Irad was out there signing autographs, giving goggles to the kids, and just shows what class acts those guys are. And of course, our big race, the New York Derby, was wrong. We got other stakes races coming later in the year. Remember, the 2-year-olds got a couple of big races there, including the Futurity later in the season. Well, we got a card today, and then, of course, tomorrow, remember, 1:15 later post on Wednesday. Just looking at Monday's cards next week. What a good card that is. You got to take a look at Monday's card with the big fields and a lot of good betting. Of course, a lot of good betting opportunities today as well. Well, let's take a look at it. First race. Remember, we get the early pick 5 with race number 1. That's a mandatory payout. Exacta, Try, and Super Daily Double as well. Yeah, I mean, this one comes down to pace flow. Didn't really see any strong biases yesterday. I mean, the track's a little quick, but you could win from off the pace or on the lead. I mean, Jack and Birdie shot out there, maybe pulled himself up a little bit looking for competition at the end, but he got a little tired. It was exciting either way. 5 Destinations, looks like the speed. That one's going to be out there for however far that he goes. I mean, if inside speed's good, that horse could be dangerous. But the horse will be closest one to him, and probably right outside his flank, will be Hanini. Now, Hanini first start off of a layoff since November, and it was a long layoff. I mean, you're going from November to July, and to run that well, to run third, was caught wide in that race, kind of chasing a little bit, and then Keegs just kind of got loose in a sense. I mean, he's going to get a similar trip today, maybe not as wide, because he'll be the one to kind of keep close, or I don't know, maybe let 5 destinations shoot out there and hope the horse comes back to you a little bit. But he's going to get first run on everybody else, it seems like. But I know Drinkin' Solo also has some tactical pace, but he's going to be in that second line with Heinini. Ran third that day. You got to think that he's going to improve off of that race because it was off a layoff. Second start off the layoff. The first start was going long. He should be much tighter for this race and should be awfully tough in here. I like Socks for Daughters in that race. I picked Socks for Daughters, if I remember, on top, taking a shot at a little bit of a price. And he actually got bet a little bit, but not a lot, as Keegs did end up taking a lot of the late money, and deserved favorite. The track was favoring speed, his running style, and Stephen Frett did a great job saving ground on that last turn to try to make a run. When it's a track like that, that's what you do, especially if the pace flow's not going your way either. So I thought Stephen did a great job with Socks for Daughters. It's just one of those things where the track and pace beat you. And he ran well. I mean, it wasn't like Keegs went that slow, but he also didn't come back. Again, he went 47 and 112, but the track was quick. So Socks for Daughters ran well in the drop-in class. I think you got to use him again today. I'm going to use him second because I do like Heinini, just because I expect Socks for Daughters to run a similar race. I expect Heinini to improve off of that race because second start of the year. I guess I'll put it that way. The 2 Manny Penny, yeah, he exploded with a stretch out. Now, he didn't beat anything. So that was the knock on Manny Penny a little bit, but he did it for fun. He drew away from that field. So, maybe he's a horse that could be improving and feeling his oats a little bit, as what you say. Very well-bred horse by Micromanage. I know those Micromanages go for some money and are good going long. He didn't have the best of form last year, so maybe this horse is just getting right. Again, he didn't beat anything, so you could gauge that one way or the other. The time was decent, and he had to look back with a telescope to find the rest of them, so he did run pretty well. I'll use him third. I did throw in 5 destinations because he is dangerous. He does look like the speed. He's quicker than Drinkin' Solo and Heinini early anyway, so you'd expect 5 destinations to be on the lead as far as he goes. Now, if inside speed turns out to be good today, this horse is dangerous and could hang around. A lot of ifs. This last race isn't that good. But at a price, maybe a chance to steal, I'll use him fourth. Okay, second race, an 11-9 claimer, going 5.5. It is a never 1-2 condition. Really tough to go against. He has it all at this level. I mean, this drop is getting stronger and stronger from the allowance to the 11-9, because a lot of times now you're getting horses coming up from the 5,000 to the 11-9. Not in this case. This 11-9 comes up tough. I think there's one on Monday that's that double condition. Now where's the race that's a date in the Never Won 4, something like that. You got to see that race. Probably the toughest 11-9 you'll see. It's almost like a stake. But in this case, it's just a straight 2 lifetime. And he has it all, drops a notch in class. And what's to mention about that? I know you when you first look at the program, you say, what are you talking about? His horse lost by double digits, finished 4th. Was a beaten favor, whatever. Well, the thing is about that race, Blamiker ran, 103? The fastest time we've seen in quite some time. And it was far back to the second horse. So this horse is only 4 or 5 lengths behind the second horse. It's not like he didn't run at all in that race. It's just the winner ran a different race, was on another level. So the race isn't bad. The race is actually kind of good. And he ran second going a route the race before. So this is some serious class relief. When you're coming out of a race that was the fastest time, not only of the year, in quite some time, it's almost like coming out of a stakes race and then going into an 11-9 is basically the point for He Has It All. That makes him a very, very strong play in race number 2. I'm not going against him. I did take a little bit of a price for second, at least morning line. The 6, Deputy Tremont. He's had 2 trips over the track. He had to drop to a claimer to win, and he did take advantage of how the track was playing in a sense, because he got first run on the other contenders. The ones in front of him weren't going to beat him. It was the ones behind him that he had to worry about. So he did have that advantage of getting the first run on the other contenders. So after I say a negative about his race, I'll say a positive. He's had 2 trips over the track, getting used to the dirt surface, and he didn't run that badly in the maiden special weight that he ran. So it's not like, I know this is considered kind of a jump. I mean, you win at the maiden claiming level, you normally are 5,000 claimer. You don't normally run for the same price for the 2 lifetime 11-9. It's a tough move. The maiden special weights, the 11-9 2 lifetime, is a slight drop though. So it's not an impossible move, and I think this horse is even better than what he looks the last couple starts. I give him a chance today if He Has It All doesn't have it. The other horse that's dangerous because he's a speed is the 5, Paint the Line. Now, it was a speed favorite in Racetrack that this one in Creation of Adam just was basically turned into a match race. The 2 of them just ran around the track together. How's this track going to play? I don't know. I think Can't Stand Disco is going to show speed in here. If Can't Stand Disco is in the race, and He Has It All has speed, some speed as well. So maybe not quite as quick as the other 2, but he's going to be in range. And Paint the Line's not going to have it easy here. He does shorten up to 5.5. That could be the key to victory. You usually like that. Horse runs well, shows speed going 6 furlongs, is right there at the wire. Maybe even get a little tired. When they shorten up to 5.5 from 6 furlongs, it's always a good angle here at Finger Lakes. And he's with speed horses I'm talking about. I don't think he's alone. Can't Stand Disco is also coming out of that Blamiker race, and I expect him to show more speed against these horses. So 4, 6, 5 I'm going to go in here. I think I like the favorite though. Third race at 11-9, never won 3, going 6 furlongs. This one starts to pick 4. And speaking of pace, got a little bit of a price horse in this race. Pretty competitive heat. Going to take at 5-1 morning line. The 2, Smile Takes Charge. Why? Because I think he can get a clear lead. And I think that's going to be key in this race. He's faster than Freesdale. He's faster than Monomoy Beach, early anyway. That he should have at least a length on this field. And he might be able to control the pace here going 6 furlongs. Now, is he still good enough is the question. And I think that's why you're getting a price. You're getting 5-1. Can he hold off what looks like a pretty good field for the never won 3, 11-9? Now you got Union Navy's a closer. Monomoy Beach and Freesdale might be trying to breathe down his neck towards the middle of the race. They may try to make an early move on him. I just think, depending on how the track plays, he could slow this thing down, or else at least continue to have the lead in here, and maybe have a chance to go all the way. He's a price. It's a competitive race. I don't like the last race, but if it was his first start off the layoff, he's dangerous, and again, you're getting value. Freesdale might be the best horse. I mean, Union Navy, you could say the same. Union Navy's running style is more of a closer. Freesdale, very similar, more of a stalker. Now, he did drop to this level last time, but there wasn't any speed to run at. I think this race is similar. Smile Takes Charge is more of the coin jar of this race. I mean, he's the speed, although it's further, 6 furlongs. So maybe Freesdale can chase that rival down. I got him second. Union Navy, the closer, they got to come back to him. It is 6 furlongs. But he's more of a one-run horse, so it doesn't matter if it's 5.5 or 6 furlongs anyway. But he'll run better than he did last time. I think getting the drop in class, getting a little class relief to 11-9 is going to help. I just don't think he's going to get a strong pace to close at. Maybe he will. Maybe he will. Hereby the same thing. At least he can save some ground from that rail position. He's got the weight off. Again, like Freedsdale, he comes out of the coin jar race where he really didn't have anything to run at because coin jar just shook loose on that field. It was better in that field. So I think this is a similar race, though. I think Smile Takes Charge can be the one to get the lead in here. And if they can't get to him, maybe he holds on. I don't know if he's good enough. This is a good field. But he should have a tactical edge on these rivals in race number 3. Okay, the fourth, back to 11-9, Never Won 2. This for fillies and mares. Scratch the 8, Divorced of Course. I think they named that one after me. Yeah, Zen Lu, I mean, he's not going to have it easy, or she's not going to have it easy. But she does, as mentioned, shorten up to 5.5. That's a good angle. Second start, and this is not just coming off the layoff, a normal layoff from November, December to May. That was a layoff from April to July. A good 9 months. That's a long time away from the races for Zen Lu. And for this horse to run as well as she did off of that long of a layoff, going 6 furlongs, this is kind of impressive. She actually ran big. So unless she regresses off of that race, she might be awfully tough to catch. Now, there is some speed inside of her, so it's not like from that outside position she's going to have it easy out there. Shock, you would expect to show some speed from the inside, at least Shock. If she clears easily and early over Shock, I think it's lights out. But again, unless she regresses or bounces off of that first start off the layoff, again, it was a long layoff. It's a long time away when you're going from April to July. I mean, April to July. I think my math is wrong. I'm going the wrong distance. I think that's 15 months, not 9. So that makes it even more impressive when you're talking about a 15-month layoff and running as well as this horse did. I'm adding and not subtracting. I think I better go back to my math class. I'm going to go with Zen Lu on top. Frankie Lou ran a good second, and if Zen Lu doesn't have it on the front, Franny Lou would be the one to most likely pick up the pace. Now, I did get a jockey change with Perez on this one, but I didn't get an apprentice allowance, so I don't want to give it out there because I was a little unsure. So check with the crawl and your announcer. But the other thing with Franny Lou is she ran well, and that was off a layoff. Not a 15-month layoff, more of a shorter layoff. So I like this horse's chances, second start off that layoff, to run well. And I think is the biggest threat to Zen Lu. Shock, though, is an interesting one. She broke her maiden against the 30,000s in New York. We see that a lot. We get a lot of those horses, the 30,000 maiden state-bred winners. We get a lot of those horses here. She dropped slightly to the 11-9 after a couple poor efforts against winners. She's looking for a competitive place. I think she found it. She's very dangerous in this spot at 6-1. Digital Sales, the other one that drops. She's been running against those open horses. I don't know what you want to make out of that. I mean, you look at that and she's saying, well, she's running against so much tougher. But it's not like she's been competitive the last 2 starts. So it's a tricky read, I thought. You got to go back to where she was competitive. She did run in a lifetime those 30,000. She broke her maiden against she broke her maiden against 12 5s. So that's a little bit easier. So it's a real wild card thought on this one. They're betting her. She was taking some money in those tougher races. And again, they are a lot tougher. That's at Delaware, at Monmouth. They're obviously not New York breds. It's a much tougher race. But the last 2 races, she's not competitive. So you just don't take a horse, bet a horse just because she comes out of a better race. She's got to at least show something in it. But she does in her previous races where she was in a little easier spots. I think she fits. I think you got to use the horse if you're playing picks. But I just don't know what to think off of the last couple efforts. She's 1-for-1 at the distance. Okay, 5th race. Fifth race will start the late pick 4. Remember, the pick 5, the late one, starts in the 4th. Pick 4 starts with a tricky 3-year-old maiden race. This is restricted for 3-year-old fillies. And it is competitive. Should we give Miss C. Banker another chance? I know She's Grand's got some really nice breeding. Adding blinkers. That's kind of the profile of a Michael S. Ferraro horse that wins here, isn't it? She's Grand. And another one of those Instagrams. Seen a couple of them, and they're good. But Miss C. Banker didn't break all that sharp last time and didn't really get out to the lead or get out with the pace like you expected her to. She was a heavy favorite. I think Caberco was forced to rate a little more than what he wanted to, and then was forced in a chasing position from there on a track that you couldn't chase and close on. So I think the race was against her once she didn't break all that sharp, and she was a heavy favorite. I mean, if you liked her last time, I would think stick with her again. I do think it's a little bit tougher field. Now, she won easily to break her maiden the previous start against restricted 3-year-old fillies. And again, that's older last time. Even though that's older, I do think this race is slightly tougher. Again, I think maybe she didn't handle the track. That was another part of it. She did look like a horse that wasn't handling the off track, and maybe that's why she was a little slow early, and then in that chase position. I think a fast racetrack is going to make all the difference for Miss C. Banker. Got her on top. Yeah, She's Grand. This one's by Instagram. Now the dam is a full to a horse that was stakes place. You get the Tisnow on the dam side. Probably wants to go a little bit longer with that breeding. You forgive the first start. Yeah, there's some turf breeding in this horse, but a lot tougher. They took a little bit of money at 15-1. They're going to add blinkers. Could make all the difference. I say, because how many times have we seen a horse like this come in here for Michael S. Ferraro and win? You look at the Shoe Lady. I mean, that horse had some good New York form, not the greatest, and comes in here and wins. I usually like, and you see that a lot with Michael S. Ferraro. Not necessarily the first time on the track, and that's a good profile too. But that second race that's been in his stable when he's had that horse for a little while, man, do they improve. I was trying to think of the horse real quick, but the one, Practically Summer, I'm going to use for third. It'll come to me before the end of the show. Practically Summer. Yeah, she was entered for the stake, but more of a filler the other day. First time Lasix. She's been running against special weights, and that was her first start off the layoff last time. Yeah, who was betting this horse? So he went off a heavy favorite. Sometimes, I mean, the late money here is smart. I mean, our fans are smart with what they're playing. They weren't that day. But that was her first start off the layoff. Second start, adding Lasix. You go back to last year's form as a 2-year-old. She's good. She was running in New York. She plays. Another one, I'd like to see how this horse does going longer. 5-3-1 for me in race number 5. Keep in mind, you do have a couple firsters in here. Coco Beware, one of Pan Man's favorite wrestlers. I think he had the bird or the parrot. Freudian Girl, I think that horse ran here. Lady Isabella is the other one for Jose Rojina. The Dam is a half to a good one. Has a bullet work. So I wasn't in love with the breeding of the two firsters, though, to throw them in the top 3. Maybe watch the board on them a little bit. Stick with 5-3-1. Okay, 6th race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the 6th. Scratch the 4, Dracula. I mean, yeah, Manuel got off a couple of them to ride that one. I think that horse would have been awfully tough in there. Probably would have been my top choice. Not that I'm a big Dracula fan. Who are the monsters? Was it Dracula? Yeah, Dracula was probably one of the better monster movies, like some of those vampire movies. I think the Bram Stoker one kind of bored me a little bit, though. Kind of like a little more action. I think it was Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Slayer. That was actually a pretty good movie. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it was actually a good movie. Anyway, getting off task here. Drive-thru was one of those horses that Emmanuel got off of to ride Dracula. So more reason to like Dracula, because with that one scratched, I like Drive-thru. And I think it's just by default. I think this horse is just a little bit better than the rest of this field, running in those special weights, going down to the 11-9 level. And you don't lose anything. You're getting Cabercoa, who's been the top rider here the last 2 years. Got some work to do this year, but the last 2 years has done very well. Last race for Drive-thru, not good. So you have to forgive the last effort. But the previous starts, the numbers on this horse are good enough to beat this field. Gonna lean, there's a slight edge towards Drive-thru, but I think he's a good player in here. Especially with some tactical speed. I think that's ideal because there isn't any real good speed in this race. Holloway's been away. Disco Dancer, he's got a little speed. I don't know, Trojan Mule's got a little speed. I like the fact that Trojan Mule's on the rail. That makes me like this horse a little bit. I kind of got off Trojan Mule because he did get run down with no excuse by One With Everything. I had an excuse in the first start. He absolutely blew the turn and went wide, was much the best in his debut, but he hasn't been able to repeat that performance. His next start against a lesser field had everything his own way, kind of put away the other speed, and it wasn't a fast pace. He was only on the lead because there wasn't much pace, but got run down by One With Everything. And there's no reason for this horse to get run down. That's why I got off the horse a little bit. Then they put him over his head in the special. He had no chance in there. And then last time, didn't really do much. Now stays at the level. It's an easier field, though, for Trojan Mule. I like the fact he's got the rail today, and I'm going to use him second. On the outside is Burning Money. I usually like that outside post to rail move, outside to inside. You save the ground. It's a great move here at Finger Lakes. Well, this one's doing the opposite, but I'm not going to get totally off of him. He's going inside to outside, but he did run a good race. So the thing is, even though he was inside last time, the pace and the track were against him. They didn't come back. I mentioned Deputy Tremont. Deputy Tremont got first run. The speed in front of him wasn't going to beat him. They were not good speed horses on a speed track. So what do? You got to go to that third or fourth tier. The ones that get the first run win on that speed variant. The horses that were further back, well, Deputy Tremont had the advantage on. So Burning Money actually did run a pretty good race. Tough post, though, for this spot. Still plays. Awaiting trial, I thought might get a little over bet. This is the favorite in the race. But do you have an excuse for him the last two? The times were 1:13 and change. Again, he finished behind Trojan Mule, but it was his first start off the layoff. The last time, it was a speed variant, as mentioned. He had an advantage. I mean, he's following the leader in that race, and Deputy Tremont still passed him. Burning Money was making a move. So I didn't really have a big positive on him last time, but it is, I can't leave him out. It's John Buckley and Kevin Navarro. They've been on an absolute tear this year, but I do think he might get a little overbet as a favorite. He could win if he improves off of those two starts. It's not like he's running badly. He's hit the board in both starts. But I think he might be more of an underneath horse in this spot. Got to use him, though. He definitely plays. Just don't like him at the price. Who says I pick favorites? Seventh race, an allowance race, never won 2 condition, going a distance of 1 mile and a 16th. Yeah, tough to go against Mr. Ripple on paper. I think the only downside for this horse is, speaking of picking a favorite, is he's been off for a while. And he's only had 1 start since May of 2024, and it was back in April. So the lack of activity would be the main concern, competitive activity that is, would be the main concern if you're backing Mr. Ripple. Obviously got very capable connections. Miguel Comat, you got Cabercoa picking up the mount. On paper, numbers-wise, class-wise, he's the winner. It's that simple. But doesn't have to win, considering he's only had 1 start since May of last year, and it was in April. Is this horse in the Florida Derby? This horse was in the Florida Derby. Ran fourth in the Florida Derby at Gulfstream Park. I'm not going against a horse that ran in the Super at Florida Derby. He'd have to be off a long time for me to pick against him here. He is off a long time, but not a ridiculous long time that he shouldn't be able to beat these allowance horses. The other thing is, it's not like he's in for 5,000. He's not at risk of losing the horse. He's in an allowance race. He should be tough. The one, New Matthew, for Bill Bartlett. This one ran, they paid some money for it. They ran as a 2-year-old and ran in New York. Won the maiden there. He's only had one start this year. You got to give him a little bit. He did take some money in that race too. And keep in mind, he had a bad start. So there are some excuses for New Matthew. Stretches out to what's probably better distance. He did break his maiden going a mile. So there's reason to like New Matthew. If you're going to use two, this is probably the other one I would use. And I probably would, because there are, I know the horse ran the Florida Derby, but again, there's some question marks with Mr. Ripple. Should be tough. Ava's Uncle Billy for the Engelhart machine. I'm going to use this one for third. Lost by double digits in a rout last time. That was his first race over the track, so maybe he can improve off of that effort. Was running against some good restricted 3-year-olds last spring. Obviously, he's got some back class there. I don't know about winning, beating New Matthew and Mr. Ripple, but I think he might be better than the rest of them. Find a name. Well, he had a trip to remember back on June 17th. Maybe one of the worst trips I've ever seen. And he actually should have been DQ'd. He bothered another horse trying to get in position. Not a great trip at all. Did take some money early last time, but he was more of a horse to use underneath, and I think he is today. I think if he's a long shot again, you throw him in there for your tries and supers. He's that kind of a horse. He's going to, especially considering this is a tougher field. I know that winner was pretty good last time, and Jake's Orchard is another one to throw in there. I don't know what to expect from Jake. I know Niz and Torelli, this horse always fires for them, and he's going to yell at me when I go down there for not picking him in the number. But you're going against Mr. Ripple and New Matthew. This is a different race. I don't know. I would throw Jake's Orchard in there as well if you're playing supers. To me, I would use 3 and 1 as your key horses, and then it does look like it's 4, 6, and 7 for your other numbers. So I'm going with 3, 1, 7, 6 in this case. And 3 and 1 would probably be the only two I would actually use if you're playing pick 4s or pick 5s. All right, remember, we got 8 today. I got to remember that. 11 and 9. We had a great card yesterday with the 9 races yesterday. 3 stakes races. Man, so, you're still getting over the excitement yesterday. I mean, I thought the Leon Reed Memorial was the race that really provided the excitement. Donna Barrett, I know she was excited. It was kind of up to you. You wanted Donna to win, but you also want Jack and Bernie to win. You're happy for them. And then, of course, you had the objection as well. Just a lot of drama along with that Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. It was fun. Okay, scratch the 2. Aram Killarney. I know I said that one wrong. Might be now or never for Keisha. I guess like if she doesn't win here, they drop her to 5. Maybe she wins there. I guess the key would be how good is the firster, Tam Bam, because it does look like Keisha better than the rest of them. She's got speed. She's going to be out there. She's going to be tough. I don't blame anybody for trying to beat her. She's had chances, and she's broken your heart before and burned some money before. Now, last time wasn't her fault. She didn't get out from that outside post, didn't break all that well, never really was in it. Queen's Cat won on that speed favoring track. She wasn't part of the pace. She had no chance from there. She gets class relief, dropping 11 and 9. It's a weak field. She's the one to beat. Now, the question is, how good is Tam Bam? It's a $50,000 yearling. I guess it's not a positive sign when they're starting this horse for a claim. Normally, when you have a firster and you think the horse is good, you run in special weight. And if they win by a pole, you kind of look at it like, oh, I misplaced the horse because you cost yourself money. That's how you look at it. But they're pretty good at where to place their horses. It is a Kentucky bred. Maybe it fits nicely at the level. I'm using the horse second because Cinjunette looks better than the rest of them. Maybe Tam Bam would be the one that would be the wild card because it hasn't run yet. Lady of Merchant would be the next best. Hasn't got much respect at the windows, but has run 2 good races in a row. And don't tell me it's because of the off track, because the horse hadn't run well on the off track before. Ran good last time. It's 17-1, and it wasn't like he got a great trip. I mean, she didn't get a great trip at all. Numbers wise, she's the next best. Throw in Country Manor because she's got the best chance to improve. I mean, so does Yearning. Yearning and Country Manor would be the other 2 I'd use on the drop in class if you're playing tries and supers. And you always got to respect Buckley on the drop. Lacessi also drops here and probably needed that last race that was against Maiden Special Weights. So she gets a little class relief as well. Well, that's how I see the card. Those are my picks for the 8-race card for this Tuesday. Hard to follow up the excitement from yesterday, but hope you win some money. Make sure you get in on those pick 4s and pick 5s. Those are the value here. Keep in mind, a little bit later tomorrow, for the Wednesday card, we're going to have a 1:15 post, and I'll see you then.
Horses are coming onto the racetrack. First race here at Finger Lakes. First half of the entry, number 1, Kingdom on Pause with Andre Worry. Other half of the entry, the 1A, Drinking Solo, Chris Russell. Aboard. Number 2, Manny Penny, Joel Cruz. Number 3, Take the Edge, and Rafael Regina Jr. Number 4, a horse named Five Destinations with Christian Navarro. Number 5, Socks for Daughters, Stephen Frett, the riding assignment. Number 6, Haneni and Cabercoa. And running out the field, number 7, Independent Paul, Luis Perez, got a leg up. First race kicks off the early 50-cent pick 5. Track is fast. First race in just a few minutes. We have a late scratch in this race. Scratch number 7, Independent Paul. Number 7, Independent Paul is a late scratch from the first race. Scratch number 7, Independent Paul. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 1 from Finger Lakes. Late defection of number 7, Independent Paul. Leaves us with a field of 7, 6 betting interests going 1 mile and 70 yards. Still a battle for favoritism. 9-5 on number 6, Cinjunette. 2-1 number 2, Manny Penny. 5-2 number 5, Socks for Daughters. Socks for Daughters going up into line. Haneni to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's 5 Destinations who goes out for the lead. The entry mates, Kingdom on Pause and Drinking Solo, are now first and second. 5 Destinations, 3 wide in third. Haneni, 4 wide fourth. Socks for Daughters tucked in along the inside in fifth. Manny Penny a couple more lengths back in second last. And Take the Edge is at the back of the pack and about 8 lengths off the lead. Entry mates are first and second. Drinking Solo and Kingdom on Pause, side by side. 5 Destinations, Red Blinkers in third. Haneni outside of him in fourth. Socks for Daughters covered up in fifth, 3 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3.5 lengths back to the trailers. Take the Edge to the outside of Manny Penny. As they travel up the backstretch, Kingdom on Pause to the inside of Drinking Solo. A length and a half back to 5 Destinations, who rates in third. Socks for Daughters has had a decent trip so far in fourth. Haneni's coming under a busy ride in fifth and 5 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths to Manny Penny, who's 4 lengths in front of Take the Edge, who's at the back of the pack as they got 3 furlongs to go in the opener. And Drinking Solo in the yellow blinkers takes over from his entry mate, Kingdom on Pause. Socks for Daughters challenges on the outside but is under pressure in second. Haneni goes very wide. Manny Penny seems to have some run. Will try and pick his way through traffic, and Manny Penny's to the outside of Socks for Daughters as they reach the top of the stretch. Drinking Solo is set down for the drive. Socks for Daughters shaking up in second. Manny Penny's outside third, still 4 lengths off the lead. They run to the 16th pole. Drinking Solo is persistent on the front end and shrugs off Socks for Daughters in deep stretch. It's Drinking Solo who wins by a length and a half. Socks for Daughters second. Manny Penny third. Close for fourth. Kingdom on Pause or Haneni. 1A 5-2. The 1A drinking solo first. Mile 70 yards, 145.36. You are reminded, late scratch of the first race of number 7, Independent Paul. Number 1, Kingdom on Pause, was 4th, and 5th, number 6, Haneni. Entry goes 1st and 4th, so the superfecta 1526 unofficially. First race official. Drinking solo pays $12.60 to win. Drinking solo, New York bred, 4-year-old dark brown gelding by Solomini out of Bring Your Own Bottle. John McAllen is the owner, Edmund Davis the trainer, and Chris Russell, the winning jockey. Drinking solo, bred by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds and others. Exacta 51.50, 50-cent trifecta, $25.25, dime super, $10.30. Second race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double pick 3 wagering. Race 2 post time in about 18 minutes at 1:29 p.m.
Okay, and we're in the paddock for race number 2. Chris Russell, congratulations to him. That's his first Finger Lakes victory. Actually, that's his first mount since 2018 in Los Alamitos. So, yeah, 1 for 1. He's undefeated at Finger Lakes. He was working horses for Eddie Davis. He looked really good with that ride. He's got 427 victories in his career. Well, make that 428 as he gets the win for Eddie Davis, and looked really good doing it. We got a star in the making late in his career. Comeback story, I guess you'd call it. Cinderella man. All right, second race, 11-9, never won 2, going 5.5 furlongs. Going to have a heavy favorite in here. The 4, He Has It All. Well, it does take a drop in class. Comes out of a race won by an absolute monster in Blamaker. How good did that one look? That was one of the fastest times, the fastest time we've had in quite some time, 103 and change. Now he drops to 11-9. Unless he really regresses a lot, he's going to be awfully tough in this spot. But you're going to have to accept a short price. He's at 3-5. I wouldn't pick against him. The 6th, Deputy Tremont, probably took advantage of how the track was that day, as he made a nice move and got the win. He was able to stay close. That was on the drop in class after running against maiden special weight. So he stays at the 11-9 level for the 2 lifetime. And at least he got the feel of winning, a little confidence builder last time with that drop. And it looks like he could be a contender in here as well. Again, that's if He Has It All doesn't have it. The other horse to consider is a speed horse, the 5, Paint the Line. Basically was in a match race with a horse off the layoff, Creation of Adam. Now, Creation of Adam had some class to him and ran his race. But Paint the Line gave him a tussle all the way around the track for the 6 furlong distance. Obviously, the track was playing speed. As nobody closed in that race. But it was a good battle between the 2 of them, and he responded to the drop in class to the claiming level. So he stays at the level. All depends on how fast he is forced to go early, if he's going to be around at the end. But he's at odds of 4-1 with all the early money on the 4. He Has It All, and deservedly so with his paper. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in race number 2. Good luck.
Coming on the track, race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Number 1, Wit Dashing Speed leads the post parade with him and Harkey. Number 2, Can't Stand Disco, Joel Cruz. Number 3, Support the Cat and Caber Koa. Number 4, He Has It All, Jeremias Flores. Number 5, Paint the Line, Emmanuel de Diego. And number 6, Deputy Tremont. Luis Perez is the rider. Post time in just a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 5.5 furlongs. 3 to 5 on number 4. He has it all. Paint the Line. And Deputy Tremont. 1 to 2, he has it all. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Paint the Line who wins the break and fires out for the lead. He has it all, the favorite alongside towards his inside. Can't Stand Disco at the fence in third, about a length off the lead. Support the Cat mid-flight in fourth, and 3 lengths to Deputy Tremont, who's to the outside of Wit Dashing Speed, who's at the tail of the field. As they got about 3.5 furlongs to go. He has it all on top by 3 parts of a length over Paint the Line in pursuit in second. 3 more lengths to Support the Cat in third, followed up by Deputy Tremont, who picks up a spot passing Can't Stand Disco, and Wit Dashing Speeds at the tail of the field, a 1/4 mile left to travel. He has it all, has built up a 4-length lead, and Paint the Line, who's in second, is all out and drifting out wide. Support the Cat's on the stand side. Deputy Tremont's at the fence as they run down to the final furlong. He has it all, seems to have this race measured here, has a lead by about 6. Paint the Line still holding on for second. Then it's Support the Cat in deep stretch. He has it all, the 1 to 4 favorite in front. Paint the Line second, Support the Cat third, Can't Stand Disco fourth. Coming back to the winner's circle, number 4, He Has It All, New York bred. 4-year-old Bay Gunnin by Leoban out of Zamquick, Adelphi Racing Club. Shelley Hume, Russell Hume, Anthony Peters Jr., James Paulano, Anthony Amorosa, Michael Sear, the ownership, Paul Barrow, the trainer, Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. And second race is official. Tori Gladwell and Terry Burns bred He Has It All. $250 the winning mutual. Double $22.40, exacta $5.50, trifecta $9.85, dime super $5.02. Third race at Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Post time for race number 3 in about 20 minutes at 1:58 p.m. Before we get to Dave, we had a claim in the second race. Number 4, He Has It All. Four-way shake. New owner trainer Joseph Marino. Joseph Marino. Four-way shake. New owner trainer of the 4, He Has It All, claimed out of the second.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 3, and that was over the day they drew the entries, as he has it all way too good for that field. Much the best. Jeremiah Flores in for the easy victory for Paul Barrows. We go to the 3rd. This race starts the early pick 4. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double pick 3 also available in this race. Very competitive heat here. I thought the speed would come from the 2 Smile Takes Charge. It's just a question of can he sustain that speed for the 6 furlongs against this group. Well, last race wasn't good, but that was his first start off the layoff. He was in for the waiver claim. He actually is not in for the waiver today. Maybe not the most positive sign, but I do think he has a tactical edge on this field as the inside speed, and he's currently at odds of 7-2. The current favorite is the 3 Freedsdale, who comes out of a race that didn't have much pace in it. Well, the pace was good anyway. Coin Jar was just too good for that field, was able to get a comfortable enough of a pace that he was better than those horses, and nobody really was able to close any ground. Hereby didn't make up much ground, and neither did Freedsdale. Freedsdale does have a little more back class, and maybe he could run a little better race today if he could stay within range of the speed of Smile Takes Charge. Closest one to him might be Monomoy Beach. That's a tricky read as he dominated 2 Lifetime 11s, but then broke poorly last time. But it doesn't look like he's got the same kind of speed that Smile Takes Charge has, so he's got to hope that one stops. Union Navy is the true closer in here, so see if he can make up some ground. First couple races, the winners have been closer on the lead, but Union Navy is that late runner, and he does drop in class, dropping the 11-9 after running against some much tougher allowance horses last time. He's certainly capable, but again, his running style might be up against him in a race that doesn't have a lot of pace in it. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, pick 3, and pick 4 starts in race number 3.
Horses are coming on to the racetrack for the 3rd race from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1, Hereby, with jockey change I don't have. Number 2 is Smile Takes Charge and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3 is Freedsdale and Caber Coa. Number 4, Monomoy Beach, Joel Cruz. There's the 5, Union Navy and Kevin Navarro. And number 6, Hair on Fire, Jeremiah Flores. And then there's the 4, Monomoy Beach with Joel Cruz. Post time in a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. Smile takes charge. Freedsdale. Half the field loaded. Monomoy Beach. Union Navy. And Hair on Fire. 8 to 5 on Freedsdale. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Smile takes charge, edging out for the lead. Freedsdale displaying speed as well as Monomoy Beach on the 3 wide side. Then about 3 lengths back to Union Navy, Hair on Fire, and Hereby at the Fence. 2 distinct flights, 5.5 from top to bottom. Up the backstretch they travel. Smile takes charge, has the rail and the lead. Freedsdale's in between horses. Monomoy Beach on the 3 wide side in third. Hereby is up the inside 4, 3 lengths off the lead. 3 parts of a length to Union Navy, who's about a length and a half in front of Hair on Fire, who's at the back of the pack. 3 furlongs to go and 3 horses still mixing it up on the front end. Freedsdale with a slender lead. Monomoy Beach on the 3 path as its Smile takes charge, is trying to keep position in third. Hereby angles off the inside in fourth. Union Navy's outside of him, and Hair on Fire trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Monomoy Beach now striking the front. Freedsdale attempts to go with that one. Hereby is on the outside and 2 lengths off the lead in third. 1 furlong to go. Monomoy Beach under right-handed pressure. Hereby on the outside. Freedsdale's at the fence, but it's Monomoy Beach. Monomoy Beach at 10 to 1. Photo for second, Hereby. and Freedstale. A few more lengths to Union Navy in fourth. Four, three, one, five. Number 4, Monomoy Beach first. Monomoy Beach, official winner, race 3, 22.60 the winning mutual. Monomoy Beach. Is a New York bred 3-year-old bay gelding by Mr. Monomoy. And it looks good from here. Beth Miller Saul and Mark Bartholomew are the owners. Beth Miller Saul, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Saratoga Glen Farm, bred Monomoy Beach. Dime Super, $8.25. Double, $32.60. Exacta, $56. 50-cent trifecta, $24.87. Fourth race at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 8, divorced of course. Put Luis Perez in the 7, Franny Lou. No apprentice allowance. Race 4 kicks off the late 50-cent pick 5. Post time in 21 minutes.
I got about 10 minutes to post for race number 4, Monomoy Beach. Really up there. I mean, 10 to 1 was actually an extremely good price for Monomoy Beach, who did have a bad break last time. He had to throw out that race. He was able to stay with the pace, and Smile Takes Charge at Freesdale just didn't have it on the front end. Monomoy Beach, who was the widest of all, was the one who had the most horse and put away the other speed and went on with it. It's going good. Great claim by Beth Miller-Saul. Joel Cruz aboard for the victory. Starts the pick 4. Okay, 4th race, we do start the late pick 5. It's an 11 to 9 claimer, never won 2 condition for fillies and mares. And, well, the outside speed is the 9, Zen Lu, who's probably the fastest of the speed. Does have to deal with Shock, who looks like the other speed from the inside. But Zen Lu looked like she was going to go all the way last time, and that was off of a long layoff. She had been off since April of last year. About 15 months away from the races, and still to run that good is a positive sign. You got to think that she can improve off of that effort, being a little sharper. And the other part of that is she's shortening up to 5.5 furlongs. If she could get the front in here, and she's going to be awfully tough. The 7, Franny Lou, would be the one to stay close and try to chase her down. Franny Lou coming off a 2nd place finish last time in a good race. It was a good horse that beat her. She was bet down to be the favorite coming in from New York, but she was off a layoff as well, coming off, September, I think, was when she ran her last race, and it wasn't very good. So that was a positive sign. She ran as well as she did, maybe a little overbet in there. You would think her shorting up to 5.5 can't hurt either. She should be within range of the speed, and she's a big threat. And not getting much for early action. She's at 6 to 1. The 2 horse is Shock. Shock's it's a tough one to gauge because she broke her maiden against the 30 state breds, and a lot of our horses have done that. They end up coming here in our lifetime conditions, but she did it in the mud. So did she like the off track that day? Because she hasn't been able to show anything against winners, a lot tougher winners than what she'll face here. So she does get some class relief coming here to face the 11 and 9s, and she does have some good early speed that she's inside of Zen Lu, that she may be able to hold the rail on her and be the other one to be out there early. The 5 is Digital Sale. This one does have the class. It's been facing tough claiming allowance horses at Delaware, and then at Monmouth tried their 30,000 claimers. It's a conditional, but they're still good horses. Was getting bet in both of those races, and she did flash of speed chasing a little bit before fading badly. She hasn't beaten a horse in the last 2 races, but she has been facing a lot tougher than what she faces here, so she's a tough one to gauge. If she can run back to her maiden victory, she could be competitive. Of course, she's a horse that likes to be forwardly placed as well, and she's probably not as fast early as Shock and Zen Lu, who look to be the other speed, so she's going to have to pass horses if she's able to stay in range. Maybe that's the issue, is she wants to get out there to the lead, and they've been going fast. She had a chase of 21 last time against those much tougher horses. So those are some of the contenders here for race number 4. This race starts the late pick 5. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also offered. Again, scratch the 8, Divorced, of course.
Horses are coming on the track for the fourth race from Finger Lakes. Number 1, Pesadilla Chanel and Christian Navarro. Number 2, Shock and Andre Worry. Number 3, Lady Banker, Laird Bailey, the rider. Number 4, Change Order and Hemant Harkey. Number 5, Digital Sale and Nasario Alvarado. Number 6, Practical Rachel and Kevin Navarro. Number 7 is Franny Lou, Jockey Change Luis Perez. And number 9 is Zen Lou and Emmanuel De Diego. Post time in just a few. Approaching the gate. Horses have reached the starting gate. Fourth race, Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares, claimers going 5 1/2 furlongs. Outside filly number 9, Zen Lu, current favorite at 7-5. Practical Rachel, Franny Lou, and Zen Lu. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Zen Lu who motors out for the front end. Lady Banker displaying speed in second. And then it's Shots in third. Pesadilla Chanel is towards the inside in fourth. Franny Lou's in fifth to the outside of Digital Sail. Then a length and a half to Change Order. And about 10 lengths to Practical Rachel, who has no early speed at the tail of the field. Lady Banker into the turn has a lead by 3/4 of a length over Zen Lu, who is in pursuit in second. Pesadilla Chanel's towards the inside third. Digital Sail contending in fourth, only a length and a half, 2 off the lead. Then a length further to Franny Lou's stuck deep on the course. Change Orders towards the inside. Shocks in second last, and many lengths back to Practical Rachel, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Lady Banker and Pesadilla Chanel. Pesadilla Chanel takes over the lead in upper stretch and scampers clear by 2. Lady Banker is all out in second. Change Order scrapes the paint, and then it's Shock. Practical Rachel trying to rally late. 16th to go. Pesadilla Chanel. Change Order. Practical Rachel. Practical Rachel surging late. Practical Rachel wins over Pesadilla Chanel. Photo for third. Photo finish for the win. 5.5 furlongs, 106.80. Number 6, Practical Rachel first. Second, number 1, Pesadilla Chanel. Third, number 4, Change Order. Fourth, number 2, Shock. 6142. To the winner's circle, number 6, Practical Rachel. New York bred, 5-year-old dark brown mare by Practical Joke out of Rachel's Temper. Omar Loiza, the owner trainer, and Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. $53.50. The winning mutual on Practical Rachel. Daily double $357.50. Exacta $548. Trifecta $900.75. Super $827.75. 50-cent pick 3. $146 even. Fifth race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double pick 4 wagering. Post time in 21 minutes at 2:59 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 5, and congratulations if you have the exacta, trifecta, superfecta, or any positive wagers in that last race. We had some big long shots run 1, 2, and 3 in that race, including Practical Rachel for Ilmar Loaiza, and Kevin Navarro is having a great year. Pull off the upset. Looked like Pesadilla Chanel was home as that one opened up the lead, as Christian did a good job coming up the inside. But she got a little bit tired late, and Practical Rachel was able to get by her and had a long shot change order for third. Good race for Ilmar Loaiza. Maybe that's a breakout race for him. But if you have the try, enjoy your time at the window. 5th race, a maiden event for 3-year-old restricted fillies going a distance of 6 furlongs. And you see by the board, the Linda Rice trainee is getting most of the early play. She was claimed for $20,000 in a maiden claimer, and that was against older horses. So this, you would think, would be a little bit easier. But this is a tough. This is by the big beast, but this is a tough call here, as she has had her chances in some of those maiden claimers there. Now she was at Oaklawn for a while, then Monmouth before going to New York. Obviously, she's eligible for those maiden races. She's not eligible for New York bred races, but she arrives here with as a Florida bred, and fits nicely in this maiden special weight spot because it is restricted for 3-year-olds. She's getting some play at 4 to 5. I thought I'd take a shot against her if she was going to be a heavy favorite. As Miss C. Banker, what can you say about Miss C. Banker? You got to throw off the last race. She did not handle the track at all. It was an off track that day. It was a little bit different that day with the rain that we got, and there's a bunch of horses that did not handle the racetrack. She was one of them. Draw a line through the last race. Her previous start, she won for fun, but she was involved in an incident that caused a spill, and her number was taken down. So she's still a maiden. Draw a line through the last race. She's a good price right now at odds of 9 to 2, considering, even though her number came down, how much better she was than that field. A couple other interesting ones. You got the 3 She's Grand. Seen a couple by Instagram. I think we were both trained by Michael S. Ferraro. This one only had 1 career star, was in September, but very well bred when you consider the dam side as well. The dam's a foal to a stakes place horse. They're going to put blinkers on, and this should be a lot easier, and maybe this surface as well. So she is getting some play at odds of 5 to 2. The other one to consider would be the 1 Practically Summer. Like the fact that this track, we've seen a couple of horses come from off the pace. Practically Summer, who was entering scratch from the stake, this is a realistic spot for her, back to the maiden. Yeah, she needed the last race, so she should be sharper making her second start. She did show a little bit of talent in some of those maiden races last year. Considering those were 2-year-old races at Saratoga, not here, she was somewhat competitive. She should be very competitive in this spot, and she's a big, big price right now at odds of 16 to 1. I used her in the top 3. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the pick 4 starts in the 5th. You have 5 minutes to post.
fillies are coming onto the racetrack for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Leading the post parade, number 1, Practically Summer and GM Rohina. Number 2, Mission Avenue, Stephen Frett. Number 3, She's Grand and Sofia Vives. Number 4, La Dinamita and Hemen Harkey. Number 5, Missy Banker, Cabercoa. Number 6, Coco Beware, Nasario Alvarado. Number 7 is Lady Isabella and Carlos Camilo. And number 8, Hard to Love and Chris Russell. Post time in a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 3-year-old fillies going 6 furlongs, 7 to 5, number 4, La Dinamita. La Dinamita into line. 5 to 2, second choice, number 3, She's Grand. Miss C. Banker will be next. Coco Beware. 80s wrestling fans amused by Coco Beware, the name. Lady Isabella. And Hard to Love. Hard to Love to the outside. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Sluggish start, Coco Beware. Miss C. Banker barrels out for the front end. She's Grand, displaying speed in second. Practically Summer towards the inside third. Mission Avenue splits rivals into fourth. 4.5 off the lead. A length further to La Dinamita. Mid-pack and fifth. 2 lengths to Lady Isabella's. 2 lengths in front of Hard to Love, and a space of about 7 to Coco Beware, who's at the back of the pack. Miss C. Banker on top by 3 parts of a length. She's Grand, a first-time starter, looks good outside second. Practically Summer tracks in third. Mission Avenue outside in fourth. Then in fifth, that's Hard to Love, and 5 lengths off the lead is she. La Dinamita's in some heavy traffic, but does get a running lane. And then it's Lady Isabella, and then about 8 lengths to Coco Beware, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and She's Grand takes over the lead from Miss C. Banker. She's Grand is homeward bound, has a lead by 3. Miss C. Banker is all out in second. La Dinamita outside in third, but no threat to the leader, and that leader is She's Grand. She's Grand running up the score. She's Grand, a first-time starter, looks impressive in her debut. La Dinamita rallies for second. Miss C. Banker holds third. Fourth, Hard to Love. 3458. Number 3, She's Grand, was first. 3458. 6 furlongs, 112.22. Coming back to the winner's circle momentarily is number 3, She's Grand. And she's a second-time starter. New York bred. 3-year-old bay filly by Instagram out of Tis Gone. Margaret Selby and Adrian Selby are the owners. Michael Ferraro is the trainer, and Sophia Vives, the winning jockey aboard She's Grand. Big improvement in career start number 2 from She's Grand. 6 furlongs, clocked in 112.22. 3458. In race number 5. Prices. She's Grand, $6 to win. Double, $317.50. Exacta, $11.80. Try, $7.45. Dime Super, $45.85. 50-cent pick 3, $689.25. Pick 5, 5 of 5. 5-figure payout, $13,006.75. 6 race, Finger Lakes. Scratch number 4, Dracula. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time for race 6 in 25 minutes at 3:35 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 6, and yeah, looking back to the fight, how good did that one look? She's Grant able to win that race relatively handily to start off the late pick 4. Now let's look at the 6. We scratched the 4, Dracula. Dracula out of race number 6, everybody's favorite horse there, I guess. Looking at some of the contenders in here. You got Drive-thru is the 6 horse. This one switches to Coas. Diego was going to Dracula, who ended up scratching. Drive-thru last race wasn't as good, but got caught wide in that 6 furlong event. The numbers for this horse before that, the main special weight races, are better than most of the contenders in here. So automatically makes this horse a little bit of a player. 5-2, just a slight edge in the odds right now. The other 5-2 horses, the 5 awaiting trial, hasn't done much wrong. Has run at this level, and 2 straight in the money finishes. No real excuse in either race. Was close up on that speed favoring track last time on that off track. Looked like he should be in the mix again today. As long as he runs the same race he's run the last 2, any improvement puts him in the winner's circle, but he is going to get some play. He's at odds of 3-1. I thought that the outside horse looked pretty interesting in here. If he could work out a trip from that outside post. Talking about Burning Money. Burning Money has been running against maiden special weights, dropped down to the 11-9 last time, drew the rail, but it was a racetrack that wasn't favoring any type of deep closers, especially at 5.5 furlongs. So he was against it, even though he had that inside trip. He's got the outside post, which is not very ideal here, but maybe he can make a move late to be in the number. And he's a big price right now at odds of 11-1. The other one would have been you got the 7 Hail Away, you got the 9 Rev Parker. Rev Parker probably needed his last race. He has had a lot of chances. That was his 12th start. But if you go back to last year and some of those maiden special weight races he was in, they're good enough to be competitive against these 11-9s. And you could make the case that he needed the last race. It was his first start off the layoff. So if anybody's going to really show improvement in this race from their recent start, it would be the 9 Rev Parker. Oh, the other one I didn't mention was the 1 Trojan Mule. Trojan Mule looked good in his debut, except for he blew the turn. This one bolted out a little bit, and that cost him the race. Would have won the race, actually, relatively easy if that didn't happen. Unfortunately, though, the next race, maybe it was the 6 furlongs, but he looked like he was going to be an easy winner, and he got run down by One With Everything. So if he was going to win, you would think that would be the race. If that was 5.5, he probably would have won. So he does shorten up to 5.5 again today, draws the rail. That automatically should put him in the top 3 or 4. And he's get a little value at 5-1, but a good horse to use at least in tries as supers. You think he'd get a good trip from that inside position. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts with race number 6 against scratch the 4, Dracula.
Coming on the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 4. Number 1, Trojan Mule leads the post parade with Hemet Harkey aboard. Right behind him is the 2, Feline Treasure and Joel Cruz. Number 3 is Bustin' Outta Here, Andre Worry. Number 5 is Awaiting Trial and Kevin Navarro. Number 6, Drive-thru, Gabercoa. Number 7, Hal Away and Stephen Frett. Number 8, Disco Dancer, Nasario Alvarado. Number 9 is Rev Parker, Christian Navarro. And number 10, Burning Money, Luis Perez. Post time in a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Horses at the gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 9 to go 5.5 furlongs. Maiden Claimers. 2-1 on number 6, Drive-thru. 5-2 on number 5, Awaiting Trial. Still a couple out. Rev Parker. Burning Money. 2-1 on Drive-thru, 5-2 on Awaiting Trial, 3-1 on Hal Away. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Awaiting Trial who's motoring out for the front end. Disco Dancer grays on the outside as Disco Dancer and Awaiting Trial duel for the top spot, joined by Bustin' Out of Here, a firster in third. Trojan Mule along the inside, nowhere to go really in fourth. Drive-thru, 3 wide fifth. It's Hal Away, 4 Path and 6, 4 off the lead. A gap of 5 lengths. Back to Burning Money, who's to the outside of Feline Treasure. And then about 6 lengths to the trailer, that is Rev Parker. 3 furlongs to go. Disco Dancer has the lead, but is under pressure as Drive-thru is applying the heat on the outside in second. Awaiting Trial shuffled third. Trojan Mule deep on the course in fourth. Halloway stuck in no man's land on the extreme outside and about the 5 path into the stretch. A Feline Treasure saves all the ground towards the inside. They're in upper stretch. Drive-thru and Disco Dancer first and second. Awaiting Trials towards the inside. Then it's Trojan Mule followed up by Halloway on the stand side. Then Feline Treasure. 16th to go. It's Drive-thru. Awaiting Trial trying to come through along the inside, but Drive-thru has enough. Drive-thru prevails over Awaiting Trial. Close for third. Halloway or Trojan Mule. Six, 5, and a photo for third. Number 6, Drive-thru first. 5.5 furlongs, 106.81. Back to the winner's circle, number 6, Drive-thru. 12th career start. A winning one. New York bred, 4-year-old bay gelding by a Central Banker out of R. Miss Jones. Joseph McMahon and McMahon. And America's Pastime Stables, the ownership. Ralph Del Sandro, the trainer, and Caper Coa, the winning jockey. McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds bred Drive-thru. 6571 in race 6 from Finger Lakes. 5.5 furlongs, 106.81. It's official. 540 the winning mutual. Daily double, 20 bucks. Exacta, 24.20. 50-cent trifecta, $18.25. Dime super, $10.82. Pick 4, 4 of 4. A robust $6,861.75. Seventh race from Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and daily double wagering. Post time in 21 minutes at 4:05 p.m.
Okay, we're in the paddock for the 7th. No big surprises there as Drive-thru able to get the victory in that race. This race probably going to get a short price favorite. The 3, Mr. Ripple, right now at odds of 2 to 5. The big question mark is really the lack of activity. This horse had not run since May of 2024 until April of this year, and that's the only start. So only one start in over a year, but did run okay. I mean, ran against better horses than these and only lost by 4 lengths. So maybe it doesn't matter. The horse is working okay, and it's just simply better than these. But I guess that is a little bit of a concern, is only one start in, what, 12, 14 months? The one horse is New Matthew, will stretch out to a better distance. Try to sprint in the first start of the year. Didn't run horribly, comes out of a good race, and did have a poor start, which compromised his chances. Actually took some money in that race going first time Lasix. So first time with Lasix going long, second start of the year, you'd expect this horse to run a lot better. Remember, the last time this horse won won as a 2-year-old against the maidens in New York. Might be overlooked a little bit with a heavy favorite being Mr. Ripple, but I thought would be the biggest threat to Mr. Ripple to pull off the upset. Jake's Orchard getting some play, but he is more of a horse to use underneath. Does this horse want to win is the question. He does finish second a lot. A little tougher field today, but he just does his thing. He goes out there with his speed, seems to always put away the other speed, and then just can't hold off the horse that passes him. And that could be the case again today. Jake's Orchard, one of the speeds of this race. See if he can hold on for at least a share. He is getting some play in the win end, which is pretty brave. He's at 6 to 1. Ava's Uncle Billy's another interesting one, as he has not run well the last couple, but that was his first route over the track, first race over the track overall. It was in against the tough group with Jake's Orchard and Find a Name who also were in there. But I would expect this horse to run better today now that he got the footing here. Then, you know, same thing with Find a Name. This horse has not had good trips. Probably one of the worst trips I've ever seen on June 17th, and then ran okay last time trying to close some ground. But nobody was going to beat Burning Beauty that day anyway. But a good effort by Find a Name. Another good one to use underneath, especially at a price. This one, it's at odds of 19 to 1. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in race number 7. Right now, I get a big favorite of the 3, Mr. Ripple, for Miguel Clement.
Horses coming on the track for the 7th race from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is New Matthew and Luis Perez. Number 2, Skellick Island, Stephen Frett, the riding assignment. Number 3, Mr. Ripple and Cabercoa. Number 4, Jake's Orchard, Edmund Harkey. Coming onto the track, number 5, One More Rep with Kevin Navarro. Number 6, Find a Name, Juan Diaz. And number 7, Ava's Uncle Billy. Andre Worry in the irons. Post time in just a few. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race 7. Find a name, the first already in line. New Matthew to the rail. Big favorite at 2-5, number 3, Mr. Ripple. Last raced at Tampa Bay Downs in late April. Jake's Orchard. Two left to load. One more rep. And Ava's Uncle Billy. 2-5 on Mr. Ripple. Ava's Uncle Billy to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A picture perfect start. It's Jake's Orchard who's edging out for the front end. It's one more rep, flashing early speed. One more rep gets a narrow lead. Jake's Orchard counters up the inside. Ava's Uncle Billy spun out 3 wide. The favorite, Mr. Ripple, good trip around the turn, saving ground. Now up into a joint third, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Then 4 lengths back to Skellick Island, who's about 2 lengths in front of Find a Name in a space of about 5 to New Matthew, who brings up the rear as they transition to the backstretch. Jake's Orchard, one more rep, first and second. Mr. Ripple right behind the leaders in third, as it's Ava's Uncle Billy, who's 3 wide up the backstretch, up into third. Mr. Ripple now fourth. 3 lengths back to Find a Name, who's to the outside of Skellick Island. Those two in tandem, about 5.5 off the lead. Then about 7 lengths to the trailer, and that is New Matthew. As they get ready to take on the far turn. One more rep to the outside of Jake's Orchard. Jake's Orchard has a narrow lead. Ava's Uncle Billy, white blinkers in third. Mr. Ripple, patient, in fourth. 2 lengths off the lead, needs somewhere to run. Find a Name circles up to the outside. New Matthew is out of last. New Matthew 5 lengths off the lead, and Skellick Island trails the field. As they arrive at the top of the stretch, Jake's Orchard, the first to face us, Ava's Uncle Billy. Mr. Ripple behind horses now will go over towards the inside. Find a Name's on the grandstand side. 1 furlong to go, and Mr. Ripple has inside passage, and Mr. Ripple inhaling ground and striking the front. Mr. Ripple striding away powerfully by 7 lengths. Mr. Ripple was a cut above the rest, bet down to 1-9. Jake's Orchard second, Find a Name third, Ava's Uncle Billy fourth. 3467. Number 3, Mr. Ripple first. Mile 16th, 147.51. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're going to take a look at the run into the first turn. Also got a jockey objection. Rider the 1, New Matthew, Luis Perez, has lodged an objection versus the unofficial winner of the 3, Mr. Ripple, for alleged interference going into the first turn. Stewart's inquiry, jockey objection. Objection is 1 versus 3. No change. 3467, it will remain. Number 3, Mr. Ripple. Kentucky bred 5-year-old bay gelding by Dialed In. Out of Palace Pier, owned by Legacy Racing, Miguel Clement, the trainer. Caber Koa, the winning jockey. And it's a riding double today for Koa. $230 the winning mutual. 7th race official. Daily doubles $7.20, exacta $5.90. 50-cent try $6.35. Dime super $4.65. 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 2, Aram Carliani. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering, as well as traditional win, place, and show. Post time in about 17 minutes at 4:36 p.m.
All right, getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card. Well, no doubt about that winner, Mr. Ripple, showing his class. Sweat out a little bit of an inquiry there. Of course, he wasn't even involved in what happened early in that race, but wins at a very short price. I guess maybe if you have that one singled in a pick 4 or pick 5, pretty good single. Tomorrow we got 1:15 first start, later car. We are going to honor a longtime valet here at Finger Lakes. Of course, he's been the valet of the stars. He's had guys like Shoemaker and Bailey in the past, and he's was recently the valet for John Davila Jr. We're going to honor him. Jimbo Bailey is going to retire for good tomorrow. And the 7th race, we will be doing a race in his honor. We also have the local news that will be here as well. So tomorrow's going to be our Jimbo Bailey Day, and well-deserved as he has been a staple here at Finger Lakes. Okay, let's look at the last race. Scratch the 2, Iram Kirlani. And looking at this race, the Cinjunette, you would say, takes a drop in class that should get this horse finally to the winner's circle. There's some little hesitation to that because she has blown leads a couple times in the past, but again, it's been against tougher horses. She should be the one on the front here as far as she goes. She did have that tough 11 post. She was nowhere near the lead last time and never really in it. So let's forgive the last race. The previous starts, she has, again, blown a couple leads. But today, 11-9 is just a matter of, can anybody beat her? That's who else are you going to like if you don't like Cinjunette dropping to the 11-9? Might be a now or never for this horse. She did run second to horse like the race before called Z-End. Z-End came back not only to break her maiden, she came back again to win against, of course, to go against winners in the 2 lifetime after beating Cinjunette in that race. So that turned out to be a pretty good race that she ran second to. World Bank too. I mean, World Bank had just been against Mamba Gigi the race before, even though Mamba Gigi didn't get the head start that day. But Cinjunette, it's her race to lose on the front end, but she has a tendency to give it up. Maybe not against these horses. I guess if you're looking to beat her, it might not be a horse that's run. Maybe a first-time starter. Tam Bam will be making her first start. She's a $50,000 yearling, Kentucky bred. They did spot her here at 11-9, but you know, if she has anything, she does show a good work leading up to the race. She's actually the second choice on the board right now at 7-2, along with Lady of Murcia, who does come off a 3rd place finish last time, coming out of a pretty good race at the same distance of 5.5. Although maybe the only downside would be maybe she likes an off track because her only bad race recently was on a fast track. Keep in mind, one of those good races that she has was against male competition. So this horse can run, and she could be competitive in here if she's on her best. And she dropped slightly in class to the 11-9. Good horse to use, at least in the top 3. So that's some of the contenders for the final race on the card. Exacta Try and Super offered. Again, we'll scratch the 2, Aram Carlini.
Horses coming onto the track for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2, Aram Carliani. Here's your field. Number 1 is Lady of Murcia and John Barrios. Number 3 is Harley with Hem and Harkey. Number 4, Yearning, Kevin Navarro aboard. Right behind her, number 5, Cinjunette, Sofia Vives. Number 6, Tam Bam, Andre Worry. Number 7, Hidden War Dance, Jose Ventura. And number 8 is Country Manor, Cabercoa. Post time in just a few minutes. approach the gate. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 fillies and mares, maiden claimers going 5 1/2 furlongs, 4 to 5 on number 5, Cinjunette. Even money now on her, and 2 to 1 on a firster, number 6, Tambam. Lady of Mercia looks to be the first to go up in the line. Yearning in the yellow silks. Tambam, daughter of Vino Rosso. Hidden War Dance and Country Manor. Gaber Koa trying to win the last 3 races on our card. Aboard Country Manor. In this last race, they're all in the gate. And they're off. Step tardy, Tambam. It's Cinjunette who blazes out for the front end. Here's Yearning emerging in between runners. Country Manor injects more pace into the race outside in third, then a length and a half to Hidden War Dance, who's to the outside of Harley. Lady of Mercy is off the inside of the white blinkers, 6.5 lengths off the lead and a gap of 6 lengths to Tambam, who's at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the turn. Cinjunette and Yearning, these two together as one, as it's Country Manor who tracks in third. Hidden War Dance towards the inside fourth. Lady of Mercia in fifth and 5 lengths off the lead, now up into fourth. A few more lengths back to Harley, and Tambam is showing a little bit of signs of life from the back of the pack, but still about 9 lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch. It's Cinjunette who's the first to face us. Yearning. Country Manor gets every chance on the outside in third. Tambam's in fourth and about 8 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. It's Cinjunette on top by 2. Yearning is all out in second. In deep stretch, it's Cinjunette. Cinjunette wins the nightcap by a little over 2 over Yearning. Then it was Country Manor and Tambam. 5486. Number 5, Cinjunette first. 5 1/2 furlongs, 107. To the winner's circle, number 5, Cinjunette. 13th career start, a lucky one for this Florida bred. 4-year-old chestnut filly by Cajun Breeze out of Rachette. Patrick Mulgaro Jr., James Mulgaro, and Edward Barker, the ownership. Lisa Reed is the trainer, and Sophia Vivez with the riding double today. Shady Brook Farm bred Cinjunette. 5 1/2 furlongs, 107. Double, $4.20, exacta $28.60, 50-cent try, $30.37. Dime Super, $19.17, 50-cent pick 3, $2.75. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $12.20. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $605.75. Eighth race is the last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Wednesday. First post 1:15 p.m. First post tomorrow. But for today, from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening. Wednesday's program is online for download at fingerlakesgaming.com.